retirement. Behind the plate, Don Hofacker.
Good evening, Crabs fans around the world and around the block. Listening on the World Wide Web and on the radio, Crabs Baseball is on the air. Benjamin Schaefer along with Liam Warner, and we're delighted to bring you all the action tonight as the Crabs attempt to sweep a midweek series with the Bercovich Honors. Crabs winning, I think, 9-1 last night was the final score,
Yep.
I'm told.
Yep.
And so the Crabs looking for a game to win tonight. And they'll be sending out Brock Lenhart out to the mound. And so overcast night at the ballpark. It was sunny earlier, but now the clouds have rolled in, and a chilly evening, and still a great night for baseball. The band is here. Liam's here. I'm here. We're ready to play.
All right, I'll give you the starting lineup for the Bercovich Honors. As always, starting lineups brought to you by Compass Community Credit Union and the North Coast Co-op. Leading off for the Honors will be the center fielder, Cole Jones. Batting second will be the third baseman, Tanner Lee. Batting third will be the catcher, Caden Wild. Batting fourth will be the right fielder, Luca Bocasile. Batting fifth will be the second baseman, Brendan Modelmog. Batting sixth will be the first baseman, Ben Johnston. Batting seventh will be the designated hitter, Michael Olson. Batting eighth will be the shortstop, Caden Shaw. Batting ninth will be the left fielder, Ben Skiles. And on the mound for the Honors will be Karsten Gill.
All right, thank you, Liam. For our Crabs, Jacob Pappas in right field leads it off. Nolan Hamilton in left bats second. Cameron Sewell at third base bats third. Adam Manyart will be the DH in bat cleanup. Caden Lee at first base bats fifth. Timmy Reed in center bats sixth. Kavanasaurus will do the catching in bats seventh. Parker Rogers at second base bats eighth. Michael Perazo at shortstop bats ninth. And on the mound, the aforementioned Brock Lenhart.
Lenhart so far this season, this is his third start, his ninth overall appearance. 18 and a third innings pitched. In those 18 and a third, he has only given up 4 runs. Only 3 of those are earned. He has walked 5, struck out 23, comes in with a 2-1 record, and 1.47 ERA. He has been very good, and he started off as a reliever, and I think he's been good enough to where Robin elevated him to the starter position for the last few weeks.
So I heard we've lost Sutter Moss.
Yes, I believe due to injury.
And Houston Hirschkorn, who got married.
He's going to get married.
He's going to get married. And we already know about Elijah McNeil.
Yeah, Elijah McNeil was drafted, so he is no longer with the team.
All right, so here's Jones to lead it off, the center fielder. Lenhart sets. Lights are already on at the ballpark. And the pitch lined in the left field, and that's going to be caught by Hamilton, one away. So it's Lenhart on the mound. Soros is catching. Lee's at first. Rogers at second. Sewell at third. Perazo at short. Hamilton in left. Reed in center, and Pappas in right. Here's Tanner Lee, the third baseman. 1 out, nobody on, just getting started. And the pitch, fastball high and inside.
Well, for the first time ever, we get to put Don Hofacker on the track
this season. Yeah, Don Hofacker was a mainstay here at the ballpark for years as umpire. Fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner. Great pitch.
He has come out of retirement tonight to work the plate.
And it's been a good, probably since before COVID.
Yeah, several years
since Don has been the home plate has been an umpire on this ballpark. The 1-1 is lined in the left center field on his horse's Reed. He's not going to catch up with it. That's going to roll all the way to the fence and kick off Reed's glove. And Lee will be in there with a stand-up double. So two pitches tagged by Bercovich batters. One for an out and the other one for a stand-up double. And here's Wild. Caden Wild, the catcher in tonight's game.
So this is not the first time this year that Don Hofacker has umped any kind of baseball game. He does still do high school baseball and Humble Eagles. He did some of Finn's Humble Eagles games. So he's still active in the umpiring community here in Humboldt County.
And there's a ground ball out to short. Perazo has it. Throw to first, 2 away, no advance. And here's Luca Bocasil.
By the way, the other umpires at third, Zach Norton; at first, Lucas Ivanovich.
From the set, the pitch. Fastball is a strike on the outside corner. There's that. There's that Don Holfacker strike zone I grew to know and love over the years.
Didn't you miss it?
The 0-1. And that's hit in the air down the left field line. Hamilton towards the line, and he makes the catch up against the fence right by the foul pole in left field for out number 3, and that ends the inning. For the Bercovich Honors, no runs, there was a hit, there are no errors, and a runner left. And at the end of half an inning, it's Bercovich 0. Crabs coming up. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. All right, welcome back to the ballpark. Bottom of the first inning, it'll be Pappas, Hamilton, and Sewell for the Crabs against Karsten Gill for the Bercovich Honors, right-handed pitcher. Thanks to Baywood Golf and Country Club and also the Big Blue Cafe. Visit the Crabs' favorite, Big Blue Cafe on the Plaza in Arcata, serving breakfast and lunch all day. Welcome home to the Big Blue. Had lunch there this afternoon. It was delicious as always.
You did.
Yes, I did.
It has been way too long since I've been to Big Blue. I used to go as a kid.
I go there a lot.
Pretty frequently.
I go there a lot. And, it's always really good.
I have good memories there at Big Blue.
So here's Pappas to lead it off. And the first pitch is swung on and missed. Fastball high and chased it.
Pappas coming in batting .329, 1 home run, 14 RBIs, 9 walks.
Next pitch sails outside, 1-1.
6 stolen bases.
The 1-1 inside, just missed hitting him. 2-1. Gil Roxanne comes home 2-1, and that's a strike.
We missed you, Don.
On the outside corner.
See, we know where Zach Norton learned that.
I told you he went to the Don Holfacker School of Umpiring. 2-2 the count. And that misses inside, and the count goes full.
You know what? I like this. You know, it's a bit of nostalgia with Don Holfacker behind the plate. Of course, Hoke was up here earlier this season.
3-2 is hit in the air to left center field, right center field, and that's going to drop for a hit.
So it's been a season of nostalgia, Benjamin.
It has been. Maybe we can get Hope to come back every year for a game.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Number 2, Nolan Hamilton.
So here's Hamilton.
Nolan batting .258, of course, made that great catch to end the last half inning.
And there's a fastball down low, 1-0.
He has 10 RBIs, 8 walks, 6 stolen bases.
Pappas with the lead at first, and that's lined in the left center field. And nobody's going to catch up with that. That's going to go all the way to the warning track. Pappas being held at third now. He was being waved home. But that's a stand-up double for Hamilton, and the Crabs have runners on second and third with nobody out. Here's Cameron Sewell.
Sewell's the best hitter on the team so far, coming in batting .386. 35 RBIs. That's second on the team. 7 home runs. First on the team. 24 walks. 21 stolen bases.
I think the Bercovich Honors are the first team I've seen with their name stitched on the back of their uniforms.
Yeah, I think you're right, Benjamin. I was noticing that last night.
That's cool. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike, right on the edge of the top of the strike zone. 0-1. Pappas at third, Hamilton at second. Here comes the pitch. Grounder over to first, and nice play by Johnson over there to stick with it as it took a bad hop and tossed to Gill covering on the play, though. Pappas comes in to score. And Hamilton goes to third. So Sewell out, 3-1 for the first out of the inning. Gets the RBI, though, and here's Adam Enyart. Gill sets, looks at third, and here's the pitch. And that's a strike. Bell high on the outside corner.
Enyart's coming in batting .346. 6 home runs, 46 RBIs. That leads the club.
The 0-1. Missed low.
17 walks, 5 stolen bases.
A ball and a strike to count. And the pitch. Tapped foul. A ball and 2 strikes to count. And the pitch. Way high with a fastball.
By the way, we are keeping a close eye on the Healdsburg-Lincoln game tonight. Of course, Crabs are tied with Lincoln. The standings are based on the loss column because each team in the league plays a different amount of games.
2-2. Ground ball over to third. He looks the runner back to third. Throw to first. Nicely done by Tanner Lee over there at third to make the play at first and keep the runners in place. 2 away.
So since the Crabs are playing a non-league game, they cannot fall behind the Lincoln Potters. However, if the Potters lose, the Crabs can pull a half game ahead of the Potters into second place. They are currently tied. Healdsburg and Lincoln are scoreless top of the second. And Lincoln will have updates on that for you all night.
And there's a breaking pitch for a strike on the outside corner. Bell high, 0-1. 0-1, cued foul over towards the Bercovich dugout. Yeah, the TrackMan has vindicated all my years.
That's right.
Of harassing Don down there.
Well, we need to get Don back for one game to put the TrackMan on him to really see.
now the break in the action as pitcher steps off. 0-2. And that's high and outside. So 1-2 to Lee. Reed on deck. So it's Karsten Gee on the mound. Caden Wild is catching. Ben Johnson at first. Brendan Modelmog at second. That's a cool name.
That's definitely on the all-name team for sure.
Caden Shaw at short. Tanner Lee at third. Ben Skiles in left field. Cole Jones in center. And Luca Bocasile is in right field. Here's the pitch. Called. Strike 3. Right at the belt, right at the knees. And fans didn't like it, but honestly, that's too close to take. So the Crabs do get a run, however, on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 left, and at the end of 1 inning, the Crabs lead 1-0. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. We are back. Top of the 2nd inning, it'll be Modelmog, Johnson, and Olson for Bercovich Honors. The Crabs leading 1-0. Thanks to Crestmark Millwork, a local manufacturer of custom cabinetry and millwork for commercial projects throughout California and Oregon, creating signature elements of extraordinary spaces. Since 1997, Crestmark is committed to promoting a healthy and productive society by investing in the relationships with employees, local communities, suppliers, and customers. So here's Modelmog, the second baseman, to lead it off. Lenhart sets, and there's a fastball high and outside. It's gotten chilly. It was sunny when I left Eureka on my way to Arcata, and as soon as I got to the ballpark, the clouds rolled in, and now it's overcast. And that's popped in the air to shallow center. Reed coming in, and he'll have a play, 1 away. Although I can see it's quite clear up on the mountain.
When I got here around 3, it was very nice and very windy. The wind has died down since just before the game.
Yeah, now it's just sort of a lazy breeze. You can see the flag in center field just kind of gently waving. So here's Ben Johnston. 1 out, nobody on. Lenhart rocks and deals, and that's a strike on the outside corner. The 0-1. Line right back up the middle for a base hit. So Johnston aboard with 1 out. And here's Michael Olson, the DH, left-handed hitter.
Batting for Bercovich, number 27, Michael Olson.
And the pitch to Olson is a fastball strike on the outside corner. Oh, and 1. And there's another strike.
Oh.
0-2. Similar spot.
Oh, Don.
The 0-2. And he slaps that one in the left field for a base hit. Just reached out and got another pitch away and wasn't waiting for that one and just banged it out in the left field.
No one's given us any chance. They haven't given us.
So first and second now with 1 out for Bercovich. And here's Caden Shaw, the shortstop.
Now batting for Bercovich Honors, number 0, Caden Shaw.
Olsen just decided there if the pitch 2 feet out of the plate was going to be a strike, he was going to swing at it, and that's what he did. And he just banged it right into left field. What else are you going to do, right? I mean, hit it where it's pitched.
Take it where it's pitched, that's right.
The 1-0. This is high. 2-0. Players are going to need much longer bats, I think. But Two and 0 the count. Breaking pitch is a strike. Two and 1. Two one. Swung on and missed, took something off, and fooled Shaw on that one, and the count goes 2-2. Shaw's going to take a little walk after that swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Runners on first and second with only 1 out. Crabs leading 1-0, but the Bercovich Honors are threatening here in the top of the second. The 2-2 in the dirt. From the set, he looks out at second. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And down low, and he walks him, and that's going to load the bases for Bercovich.
We haven't gotten any checks yet. Okay, sounds good.
Fans get your 50-50 tickets. Get your 50-50 tickets for every one.
And here's Ben Skiles, the left fielder. So a chance for the Honors here. With the bases loaded, only 1 out.
Now batting for Bercovich Honors, number 1, Ben Skiles.
Johnston at third, Olsen at second, Shaw at first. Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch, strike, outside corner at the knees. 0-1. The 0-1 is grounded out to short. Prosa goes to second for 1. The throw is wide. That's going to play to run. And no throw to first because the throw was wide to Rogers. So Skiles reaches on the fielder's choice. Johnston scores to tie the ball game. Olsen to third and Shaw to second. And the bases remain loaded now for Cole Jones, the number 1 hitter. He lined to left his first at bat. Sorry, first and third, excuse me. And that pitch sails outside. Two away. And the next pitch, tapped back towards the mound. Lenhart has it, throw to first, and that ends the inning. But Bercovich comes back with a run on a couple of hits. There were no errors, and 2 left. And at the end of an inning and a half, we were tied at 1. This is exciting. Crabs Baseball 107.3 FM. We're back. Timmy Reed leaves it off for the Crabs in the bottom of the second inning. Then Soros and Rogers scheduled to bat. Ball game tied at 1.
Bunch of Timmy Reed's family is here. They were here last night. They returned again tonight. Saw them before the game.
Here's the pitch, and he grounds one back up the middle. Going to be a tough play. Shortstop spins, throw to first, not nearly in time, and Reed singles up the middle. Once that got past the pitcher, I was pretty sure that was going to be a hit.
Oh,
because really no chance for Caden Shaw to get Reed after that, although he did make a nice stop behind the bag at second.
Now batting for the Crabs from the University of Hawaii at Hilo, number 10, Kavana Soros.
So here's Kavana Soros.
Soros coming in batting .303, 15 RBIs, 12 walks, 3 stolen bases.
And he takes a pitch in the dirt. Reed, definitely a threat to take off.
The last game Kavana Soros played in was the game on Saturday where he was thrown out.
Oh, that's right.
By the home plate umpire. Liam Forsythe had to come in to finish the game.
Throw to first, and Reed dives back safely.
Which was a bit controversial.
That's about the maddest I've ever seen Robin get.
Oh, I think that's the most angry I've seen Robin get.
Huge lead over first and another throw back, and Reed again dives back safely. He gets a big lead over there, and with his speed, he doesn't need that big of a lead really, but it also allows him to take a big lead. So
Timmy comes into the game with 12 stolen bases.
1-0 is I don't know, Don just kind of waved his hand. I don't know what that was.
I think he was saying the pitch was up.
Oh, okay. 2-0, but can't possibly be up.
I thought he did like this, the up signal.
I don't know what he was doing.
What he was.
2-0.
Maybe he's doing down.
Outside
like
3-0, I don't know, but. At any rate, the count is 3-0 now to Soros. And there's one right down the middle for a called strike. Soros taking all the way.
That's the other thing I forgot about Don is he would make weird signals that we up here would not really know how to decipher.
Another throw to first. And that time he almost threw it away. You better be careful. We've seen it happen many times. Trying to keep that runner close at first and ends up throwing it into the dugout or something. Here's the pitch. High tapper over towards the third. Toss to second for the force there. Nice play by Tanner Lee at third to force Reed at second. Soros, though, safe on the relay. So Soros gets into the fielder's choice. Reed is out 5-4. With one away, here's Parker Rogers. I was listening to the game last night when I was driving up to the airport, and I heard that Parker Rogers sounded like he had a good game last night.
He did, yeah. Seemed like every Crab got on base multiple times.
There's a pitch taken for a strike on the outside corner. The 0-1, and he thought about going around and held up. They're appealing at first, but he didn't even really take his bat off his shoulder. He just sort of flinched. So 1-1 now the count. 1-1 rides very high and inside. 2-1. 2-1, swung on and missed a big cut there on a fastball at his eyes. So 2-2 now to Rogers. 2 is tap foul, wide of third. So we'll do it again with 1 out and Soros over at first. And that one's fouled up against the screen. So still the count is 2-2. There's a slow roller past the mound out towards second. The only play will be to first. So Soros advances on the ground out. 2 away. And Michael Prazo will come to the bat.
Prazo coming to batting 245. 7 RBIs, 14 walks, and 11 stolen bases.
Look out at second. And Gill comes home with a fastball high. Gill throws around 80 miles an hour. Is about his fastest pitch, 80, 79, 80. The 1-0. Popped in the air, back of home plate. Wild coming back, and he can't get to it as it bounces off the fence. So Peraza gets a break there. One and one to count. And that's lined into right field for a base hit. They're going to hold the runner at third. Soros was ready to head for home, but he got the stop sign over there from Giacomini.
I think that was a good decision. Pretty good throw in from the outfield.
So runners on the corners now for the Crabs. And here's Pappas. He singled his first at bat. And there's a pitch high and outside. The 1-0. High in the air to center field. Jones is there, waiting, and he's got it for the third out. For the Crabs, no runs. There were 2 hits, there were no errors, and a runner left. And at the end of 2, we are tied at 1. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. We are back. Thanks to Cypress Grove Cheese, the leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese, including Humble Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country, proudly based in Arcata. Cypress Grove Cheese are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypressgrovecheese.com. There's nothing like that Humboldt Fog feeling. Also, Charleston Tree Services, here to help you with your growing concerns. Their locally owned and operated family business has served homeowners and commercial property owners throughout Humboldt County since 2007.
Number 3, Tanner Lee.
So Lee to lead it off for the Bercovich Honors here in the top of the third. And there's a breaking pitch for a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Liam, can you tell me what Jones did at the end of the second inning?
Grounded out to the pitcher, 1-3.
Thank you. 1-0 is high. 2-0. One pitch. He shows bunt and misses it. 1-2. So he's unlikely to be bunting again. The 1-2. Ooh.
Ooh.
Close pitch taken for ball 2.
Speaking of bunting, I think it was this morning. The Giants played a day game this morning of 12:15 in Atlanta, 9:15 here on the West Coast, and Rafael Devers had this really weird moment.
2-2, misses way outside.
Where I think he forgot what the count was and then tried to bunt and didn't know it was 2 strikes and then just bunted and missed for strike 3. But he had 2 home runs today. So
did he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't think too many people remember that. But
The 3-2. Slammed in the left field, but right at Hamilton for out number 1. That's the second time he's hit the ball hard this evening.
yeah, 93 off the bat.
First one was a double into the gap. Got to pitch up in the zone. He didn't miss it. So here's Caden Wild, grounded to short his first at bat. And the pitch to Wild is a fastball taken for a strike, belt high on the outside corner. The 0-1 in the dirt. Just as the fabric of space itself is stretching, so is the strike zone at home plate. It just gets wider and wider.
Well, it's Don coming out of retirement for one night.
1-1 the
Cut him
count.
some slack.
Lined in the right center field. That's going to be trouble. That's going to roll all the way up to the warning track, and on his way to second with a double is Wild. It's not just Don.
True. Who do you think everyone else learned it from?
Here's Bocaselli. Runner out at second. 1 out. Tied at 1 in the top of the third. And the pitch popped in the air on the left side. Perazo's calling for it, and he'll make the catch out on the grass for the second out of the inning. And here's Model Mog, the second baseman. Fly to center his first at bat.
For the honors, number 8, Brendan Model.
And he pops one high in the air, and that's going to go out of play. Out onto the sidewalk. Oh, and 1 to count. The 0-1's in the dirt. The 1-1 called strike on the inside corner, right on the black. Great pitch. 1-2 now to Model Mog. One, 2. Line down the right field line, and that is going to be a fair ball. Coming around to score is Wild, and that's an RBI single for Model Mog. He just kind of launched that not far down the right field line, but in no man's land out there, and it falls for a hit. So 2-1 now in favor of Bercovich. And here's Ben Johnston. He singled his first at bat. Fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner. Runner goes. The 0-1 is a strike on the inside corner. Throw down second, not in time. So Model Mog gets himself into scoring position now with 2 outs and the count 0-2 to Johnston. A run is already in for the Bercovich Honors. They lead 2-1. Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch is high. Lenhart sets, looks out at second. At the belt, the 1-2. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. Happy trails. Inning over, but Bercovich gets a run on a couple of hits. There were no errors and a runner left. At the end of 2.5, they lead 2-1. This is exciting Crabs baseball. 107.3 FM. Welcome back. Hamilton, Sewell, and Anyard to bat in the bottom of the third for the Crabs, trailing 2-1. Hamilton doubled in his first at bat, and that played at the only run of the game so far for the Crabs. And the pitch. Check swing, and the pitch is low and outside. 1-0. Fastball misses low and inside. Looks like somebody's headed down to the Bercovich bullpen to start warming up. The 2-0. Right down the middle for a called strike. Belt high.
So far, I mean, Bercovich is playing much better baseball than they were playing at this point last night.
Well, they're hitting the ball with authority tonight, that's for sure. The 2-1 in the dirt. 3-1.
Their starter's been a lot better, too, so far.
Yeah, it sounded like their starter last night, just didn't have it.
Yeah, just got jumped on early, and then it was pretty much over from there.
3-1. Grounded over to third base. Lee has it. Throw to first is in time. 1 away. Yeah, I mean, I think I said it. By the time I got to Nealon, it was already 6-0.
Yep, it was a 3.5-hour long game.
Geez, if I'd known, I could have packed up and come down and caught the 9th inning.
You really could have. It was, you know, some wins are fun to watch and some aren't. That was not.
Didn't sound like it. Here's Sewell. Didn't sound like it. Sewell grounded out to first in his first at bat, and he takes a pitch high and away. Slammed into right center field. Adios, no. I don't know why I listen to Liam. He's over here signaling home run.
No. I was telling the ball to go.
No, it didn't go.
Pushing the ball out of the ballpark. It didn't work.
It didn't work because it was caught in right center field. 2 away.
I mean, based off the sound off the bat,
it was loud.
It was gone.
I thought it was gone too. Instead, it's just a long out. And with 2 outs, here's Enyart. And Enyart takes a strike on the outside corner. Breaking pitch away. Oh, and 1, and that's even too far outside to be a strike tonight. 1-1. And that's hit foul into the left field picnic area. So 1-2 now to Enyart. Enyart grounded to third in his first at bat.
Crabs umpire Brandon Coburn doing a shout out to Don Hofacker and gave a little nugget of information. Don's last game was actually the game against the B-52s in Eureka.
Really?
I think was Don's last game
before
this
COVID.
one.
1-2. And lined in a shallow right field, and that's going to drop for a base hit. I remember that game.
I do too. That's the only game I've ever seen against the B-52s in Eureka.
In Eureka. That was a fun one because the Crabs beat them handily, as I recall.
Yes, it was very good.
Here's Caden Lee. And that pitch misses outside 1-0. They had that ballpark announcer who would also do commentary, remember? Like it was a movie, like in the movies?
Yeah. I don't think too many people really love that.
The 1-0. Grounded back to the pitcher, and that's going to end the inning as he tosses to first. For the Crabs, no runs, a hit, no errors, a runner left. At the end of 3, they trail 2-1. Stay tuned. Liam will be along to bring you the middle innings. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark. Top of the 4th inning, bottom of the order for the Bercovich Honors, Olson, Shaw, and Skiles. And here's Liam to bring you all the action.
Thank you, Benjamin. Crabs trail Bercovich 3-1, 2-1. And due up, it will be Olson, Shaw, and Skiles against Brock Lenhart. Again, the Honors playing a much better game so far than last night. Timely hitting, better pitching. First pitch to Olson is a ground ball past the glove of Lenhart. So the second baseman on to first, one away. Parker Rogers making the play, one down. That's going to bring in Caden Shaw. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, if you're a Crabs fan, you are keeping a close eye on the Lincoln Potters Healdsburg Prune Packers game tonight. Pitch to Shaw in there for a called strike, 0-1. The standings are based on the loss column. They're not based on win percentage. So the Crabs cannot fall behind the Lincoln Potters tonight. The 0-1 pitches outside 1-1 because the Crabs are obviously playing a non-league game. However, the Crabs can, with a Potters loss, move a half game ahead of the Potters in second place. They are currently tied. Crabs and the Potters for second place. The 1-1 is popped up foul into the stands down the third base line. And I think a fan caught it. It's 1-2. Of course, when Benjamin's out of the booth. One, two, misses outside, 2-2. So currently in that Potters Prune Packers game, they are in the bottom of the 6th, and they are scoreless. Crabs fan, you want the Healdsburg Prune Packers to win the game tonight. The 2-2 misses up high. Count goes full 3-2, and I believe the Prune Packers and the Potters play tomorrow as well, while the Crabs are off. So need a game to watch. Tomorrow's game between the Prune Packers and the Potters is the game you want to put on. The 3-2 is grounded to the left side, picked up by the shortstop Peraza. Across his body, throw to first. Good play, 2 down. And that's going to bring in Ben Skiles. So again, just to reiterate, the Crabs cannot fall into third place tonight. However, they can, with a Potters loss, move a half game into second as they are currently tied coming into tonight. Pitch to Skiles is grounded down the third baseline, foul, 0-1. Crabs do have the head-to-head tiebreaker over the Potters by winning the season series. So if the Crabs and the Potters do end up tied, the tiebreaker would go to the Crabs. But a tight race for that second PEL championship game spot. The 0-1 is high and inside, 1-1. And at some point, I will give you the official format for the PEL championship series. Was handed that information last night. 1-1, misses up high, 2-1. So no matter what, if the Crabs make the PEL championship, they would be playing here at the Arcata Ballpark next Tuesday. And that would be the only game of that series that would be played here in Arcata. Next 2 games would be played in Healdsburg. The 2-1 is a fly ball down the right field line. That's going to drop just fair. Skiles, he's going to make the turnaround first. He's going to head to second. Throw's cut off. Then the next throw into second's not in time. So Skiles will have a 2-out double. Runner at second, 2 outs. And that's going to bring in the top of the order in Cole Jones. So next week, if the Crabs make the PEL Championship Series, game here Tuesday, and then Wednesday, next Wednesday would be a day off. And then Thursday, the Crabs would play the Prune Packers in Healdsburg. Pitches a called strike, 0-1. It's pretty much solid that the Prune Packers are going to be the #1 seed. The only question is who's going to be the 2 seed. So there would be a game Thursday in Healdsburg, and if the series is tied 1-1, then another game in Healdsburg on Friday. 0-1 misses outside, and it's 1-1. If the Crabs do not make the PEL Championship, they would play Athletic Edge Express Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the Placer County Peloteros Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of next week. So we would still be playing games, even if we don't make the PEL Championship. Pitches high and outside, 2-1. So there will be a full week of games next week, whether the Crabs make the PEL Championship game, PEL Championship Series or not. Two-1 away inside.
The Peloteros. They've never played here before.
It's 3-1. Yeah, that's definitely a new team. I think Peloteros translates to ball players, right?
Yeah.
So I know that much Spanish.
Yeah.
That's a cool name, though. The 3-1
cool
is popped up. Down the third base line, racing in, and diving and making a great diving catch is Cameron Sewell right down the third base line. What a great play by Cameron Sewell to end the inning here in the top of the fourth. Crabs still trail 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to F and 9th Streets here in downtown Arcata, bottom of the fourth inning. Crabs trail the Honors by a score of 2-1. It'll be Reed, Soros, and Rogers due up against Karsten Gill. Pitch to Reed's in the dirt, 1-0. By the way, if you like golf, Crabs third base coach and offensive coordinator Jeff Giacomini is putting together a Humboldt Crabs golf tournament Saturday, July 26th. 1-0 check swing and no appeal. It's 2-0. It is a 4-man scramble, $500 per team at Baywood Golf and Country Club. 2-0 is high and outside, 3-0. If you want to register, go to HumboldtCrabs.com/golf. Or you can sign up at the merch booth here at the Arcata Ballpark. Should be a fun time. And pitches outside, ball 4. So Reed works the 4-pitch walk. That's going to bring in Cavanasaurus. So if you want to join the Humboldt Crabs Golf Tournament, Saturday, July 26th, again, there's humboldtcrabs.com/golf, or sign up at the merch booth. 4-man scramble, $500 per team. Good chance to raise some money for the Humboldt Crabs.
What does a 4-man scramble mean?
I have no idea. I don't play golf. Pitches in there first strike going one.
I mean, I get this image of all these guys running up to the tee and hitting it
Yeah, I
once or
know.
whatever, you know, like.
Sure somebody will explain it to us.
Or like it's hockey or something. Like.
When I was in Philadelphia a couple of months ago visiting some friends, I went to Topgolf for the first time in Philly, and it was actually pretty fun. You just hit a bunch of golf balls into this huge bay. The 0-1 is outside, the throw back down to first, and pretty close, but Reed gets back in safely. It's 1-1. I played mini golf a few times, but I've never actually played real golf on a golf course.
I've gone golfing a few times. It's actually really fun. Yeah.
I bet it is. I'd love to do it someday.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'd be really bad at it. I played real golf in VR.
Oh, well, then.
Closest I've gone to actually playing real golf on a golf course. Throw back to first, Reed back in safely. I have a VR golf game that's pretty fun. I know that Jeff Giacomini, he's a big golfer. Runner goes, the 1-1 is outside, the throw down to second, way wide, and it led the shortstop right into the tag of Timmy Reed, and he's out. At first, I thought that throw was going to be way off, but it actually ended up being perfect.
It was right on the money.
So 1 out, nobody on now. A 2-1 count to Cavanasaurus. 2-1 is lashed foul down the third base line, 2-2. I think every time we go on the road, Jeff Giacomini's always trying to find somewhere to play golf.
I think it's cool because you get to
Brings
walk
his golf clubs.
You get to walk a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And
There's some beautiful courses even around here.
And it does
Baywood,
involve a lot of different.
And
nice
a line drive
catch.
right at the pitcher, Gill, who makes the catch, 2 away.
And it involves power and precision, and
Oh, yeah.
so it's pretty cool that way.
I am not one to watch golf. I think it's pretty boring on TV.
I can't imagine
However,
watching, no.
however, I bet playing golf is really fun.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed it a few times I did it.
I'm ringing Parker Rogers. I just can't get into like the Masters or, PGA.
No, I don't care. No. Same thing with tennis. I actually used to really like to play tennis when I was a kid. I really enjoyed tennis, but I never,
Up high, 1-0.
as an adult, I've never watched a tennis match.
My extent of tennis experience is on the Wii.
On the Wii, yeah.
The 1-0 is inside 2-0.
Yeah. I played tennis for PE in high school.
Yeah, I played tennis in PE too, and man, it's exhausting. You have to be really athletic to be a good tennis player. The 2-0 is in there for a called strike, and it's 2-1. Although I will say, I haven't played much tennis. I played a lot of ping pong. I'm pretty good at it.
I love ping pong. Are you really? I
Oh,
love
yeah.
ping pong. We should play ping pong.
Oh, yeah.
I love ping pong.
2-1 is grounded right up the middle into center field for a base hit. So Rogers is on.
If I'd known that, I would have mentioned it because my friend John and I have been thinking about going to the Arcata Community Center to play on Thursday afternoons.
Yeah. My grandparents had a ping pong table in their basement my entire life, so I would spend a lot of time down there just playing ping pong.
I had my own ping pong table as a kid.
And I also have a ping pong game on my VR headset that I break out every once in a while.
I love table tennis.
Oh, yeah, it's fun. Olympic table tennis is fun to watch.
It's amazing.
Pitch to Perazo is high and inside.
Olympic
1-0.
table tennis is incredible. I've never seen anything like that.
I can't even
I don't know
comprehend.
how.
Is grounded foul at the plate, and it's 1-1. First 2 outs. Crabs trail 2-1 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1-1 misses up high. It's 2-1. Crabs will be playing their final regular season league series this weekend against the Medford Rogues, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And Benjamin will be joined by our old friend Jake Martin for the game on Saturday.
That's exciting. That's going to be fun.
Throw over to first, and Rogers is back in safely, even though he works for the enemy now.
Well, as long as he sits outside.
He's going to sit outside with the headset on. Should be fun. I'm really looking forward to that series. The 2-1 is a fly ball that's going to be caught by the shortstop, who would go a pretty long way to make the catch deep behind second. That's going to do it for the Crabs. Here in the 4th, they trail 2-1 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM.
Coach Mercantile.
Welcome back to downtown Arcata, top of the 5th inning. Crabs trail the Honors by a score of 2-1. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by North Coast Mercantile, family-owned and operated, serving Humboldt County since 1951. North Coast Mercantile brings you a fantastic assortment of domestic import and craft beers, as well as wine, spirits, non-alcoholic beverages, and snacks. Check out the North Coast Mercantile's Titus trailer in the right field beer garden in the Arcata Ballpark. 8 taps featuring local microbrews, wine, and cider. Tanner Lee stepping in against Brock Lenhart. And that pitch is popped foul off to the right and onto F Street, 0-1. I should clarify about the PEL standings. It was explained to me by league board member and Crabs pitching coach Eric Giacone that because all the teams in the PEL play a different amount of league games, the standings are actually based on the loss column. The 0-1 is fouled straight back, 0-2. And since the Crabs are not playing a league game tonight, they cannot lose tonight or tomorrow. They have an off day tomorrow, so that means they will either enter the Rogue Series on Friday tied for second or in second place. As the 0-2 is low, 1-2. Crabs cannot fall behind Lincoln until they play the League Series against the Rogues.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's not by win percentage. If you look at the point streak standings, those are based on win percentage. The 1-2 is fouled off the plate. We'll do it again, 1-2. But, of course, as I've been saying, the Lincoln-Healdsburg game tonight, very important for the Crabs, and the Lincoln-Healdsburg game tomorrow, when the Crabs are off, are very important for the Crabs. And if Healdsburg could win both of those games, the Crabs would enter the weekend a full game in second place. The 1-2 He's low and outside, 2-2. 2-2 swung on and missed strike 3.
That was wicked.
Ooh, right past him. Good pitch from Lenhart. 1 away. It's going to bring in Cade Wild.
Now batting for Bercovich Honors, number 28, Katie Wild.
To Wild, and that hit him. Big looping breaking ball, only 68 miles per hour, but got a piece of Wild. So he's going to head down to first. He's going to bring in Luca Bocasile. Bocasile is a high drive to right field. Right fielder looks up, and he's just going to watch that one go. That ball was crushed.
You could tell by the sound of that ball it was gone.
99 miles per hour off the bat, 349 feet out to right field. It's
4-1.
4-1.
Ouch.
That's right.
No me gusta.
Now bring in Brendan Modelmog.
Now batting for Bercovich, number 8, Brendan Modelmog.
No doubter from Bocasile. Modelmog. Ooh, strike. Pretty far off the outside part of the plate, 0-1. Pitch is fouled off to the left, 0-2. So depending on how the Lincoln-Healdsburg series goes up to Friday, the Medford series is going to have a lot of pressure on the Crabs. It's going to be the highest level of pressure if Lincoln wins both of the games tonight and tomorrow. Pitches popped up. Foul territory, third base side, and making his way over right next to the dugout and making the catch is Sewell, 2 away. Pretty far into foul territory, pretty close to that out of bounds line. But I don't think he was over on the other side of it, so I'll bring in Brent Johnson. Fisher Johnson, lone inside, 1-0. 1-0 is a high fly ball to left field. The left fielder going back to the track, making the catch. It's Nolan Hamilton. And that's going to do it for the Honors here in the top of the 5th, but they get 2 runs off of a big shot to right field, 2-run home run from Bocasile. It's 4-1 Honors as we head to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. back to F and 9th here in downtown Arcata. Crabs trail 4-1. Crabs baseball is brought to you by U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank strengthening our local communities. Our commitments come to life through our people, programs, and policies. Together we can make a difference in the communities we serve. It will be Pappas, Hamilton, and Sewell due up against Karsten Gill, who's been pitching very well. Mr. Pappas is a fly ball. It's going to drop into left field for a base hit. So Crabs looking for some offense. It's a good start. Around first, nobody out. It's going to bring in Nolan Hamilton. Honors team playing a lot better than they were last night. Crabs jumped on them early last night, and it was pretty much over from there. Tonight's been a different story so far. Pitches in there for a called strike, 0-1. A lot of Honors fans here at the Arcata Ballpark this whole series, yesterday and tonight. Pitches outside 1-1.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the families came with the players.
Yeah, that's right. Honors, I believe they are based in Castro Valley. 1-1 is in the dirt, 2-1. Runner goes, a 2-1 is a called strike. The throw down to second, pretty close. Almost led shortstop into the tag again. But stealing second will be Pappas. A 2-2 count on Nolan Hamilton. Two pitch, and that hits Hamilton.
Boy, that was
right on the
a
side.
loud thud.
Yeah.
Didn't sound good. He's fine. Or he's okay.
Relatively okay.
If he's so fine, but
will be first and second with nobody out. I'll bring in Cameron Sewell.
These guys have to be so bruised up by the time the season is over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not just summer ball season. It's their entire college season. And coach for the Honors is going out to the mound. And
he's got a left-hander warming in the pen.
Hasn't made the change yet. No indication to the bullpen.
Well, Gill's pitching well.
He is.
And it's not clear how deep they are pitching-wise.
Well, they had to bring in somebody from the field last night, so I don't think they're too deep. So while they have that meeting on the mound, another update from Lincoln. It is still scoreless between the Potters and the Healdsburg Prune Packers. Top of the 8th inning in Lincoln.
Wow, really?
So pitcher's duel. Of course, if you're a Crabs fan, you want the Prune Packers to win. As tough as it is to say.
There's a better way to say it. You prefer that they win, given that someone has to win.
Yes.
So it's clear.
I think it's pretty clear the Crabs are not going to get first place. So I think the focus needs to be on getting into that championship series. And if the Crabs can get into that championship series, anything could happen. Pitch to Sewell, and there for a called strike, 0-1. So we are watching that Healdsburg-Lincoln game very closely. I'm sure the coaches in the dugout are watching the score as well. They also play tomorrow on the Crabs off day. The 0-1 is a fly ball out to left center field. The center fielder racing over. It's going to fall right into the gap. Racing around second. He's going to come into scores. Pappas right behind him is the speedy Nolan Hamilton. He's going to score standing up. And the Crabs have cut the lead down to just one. It's 4-3.
Well, that's a close play on Hamilton.
Man, Nolan
just got past in time.
Nolan Hamilton was right behind Jacob Pappas. serious speed. And the coach is out to the mound, and now he has to make the pitching change. So as the Honors make the change, there's a runner at second with nobody out. The Crabs trail 4-3 as 2 runs have come in here in the 5th. We'll go back to the studio for a 60-second break. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the 5th inning. Crabs trail 4-3. Pitcher on the mound for the Honors is the other number 5 on their lineup card, Caleb Muehlstein. He will face Adam Enyart, followed by Caden Lee. Oh, Brandon Coburn with another good piece of information. He says yes, the Bercovich fans in the park are all their parents, and they just graduated high school this past spring. So
that's what I thought, yeah.
A lot of young kids on this Honors team compared to the Crabs, at least. Well, the Crabs have some young dudes on their roster as well. I mean, they just lost one to the draft, Elijah McNeil. I believe he's 18. So Enyart will step in.
You know, they could have drafted him after our season was over if they were really thinking about the Crabs' interest.
Yeah, really.
You know, it's
yeah.
just kind of off-putting.
Come on, Buster.
I mean,
pitches low and inside, 1-0.
You know, here we all are rooting for the Giants, and then what do? They steal one of our best players.
Well, if Elijah is deciding to go to college instead of sign with the Giants, which I don't believe he signed with the Giants, could have stayed with the Crabs if he's just going to college, but pitches in there 1-1. But of course, his decision. Could have other things going on as well. We do miss him.
Yeah, he was.
Runner goes. The pitcher has him in a rundown now, running him back to second. Now he's caught up in a pickle and the tag, and they got Cameron Sewell. Sewell's picked off. Got a big lead, but Muehlstein is able to spin around and get him in a rundown. So nobody on, 1 out. On 1 count on Adam Enyart. And that's a line drive into left field for a base hit. Well, that's tough because
yeah, too bad Sewell got picked off. Huh?
That could have tied up the game. Runner at first now, 1 out, and that's going to bring in Caden Lee.
Now batting for the Crabs, number 24, Caden Lee.
Push Lee low and inside, 1-0.
He's over 2 tonight.
Here's Krusty. See him on your screen on YouTube.
Krusty Krab in the park. In his park.
That's right. And throw back to first. Although I do hear some people calling the Arcata Ballpark Crabs Ballpark.
It's not.
Which is it's not the name.
It is home of the humble Crabs.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Hence,
1-0 is popped up down the right field line. Right fielder racing over into foul territory will fall out of play. 1-1.
hence it is Krusty's home. And
It is not Crabs Park or Crabs Ballpark. It is the Arcata Ballpark. Ball and park are 2 different words. Beautiful sign out front.
yes,
Installed right before the season started. The 1-1 is grounded foul. Third base line 1 and 2. Feels like it was so long ago, but the work on the facade and the sign went all the way up until opening night.
Yeah, like they still weren't finished.
Like the day of. And there was a chance the Crabs weren't going to be able to play here on opening night, but got it done. 1-2 is a ground ball to the shortstop, flip to second for 1, on to first. Good pick by the first baseman, double play. So
That
the
was a good
Honors,
pick.
they give up 2 runs, and they still lead 4-3. So we head to the 6th, you're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to F and 9th in downtown Arcata, top of the 6th inning. Honors holding on to a 4-3 lead over the Crabs. New pitcher on the mound for the Crabs is first game in relief this season. Number 8, David Zazueta.
And that is the world famous Crab Dress.
8th appearance. All 7 appearances before this one have been Sunday starts. 29 and a third innings pitch for David Zazueta. In his 29 and a third, he has given up 22 runs. He has walked 27. Struck out 29, a 3-1 record. And he was the Sunday starter for a while, but the walks really became an issue.
Yeah.
So now he's coming in relief. But he's not the only one on the Crabs pitching staff who's had issues with walks.
No, it was something of a virus, it felt like, for a while.
So it will be Olson, Shaw, and Skiles to By the way, I know Mitchell promoted it last night, but after Crabs season ends, not that long after Crabs season ends, we will have College of the Redwoods football right here on the airwaves. Pitch to Olson there for a called strike 0-1. Myself and Mitchell Mongi will bring you all the action starting on August 30th in Sacramento City College. The 0-1 in there for a call strike again. It's 0-2. All home and away games, CR football, live here on ESPN 107.3 FM, 1340 AM. 0-2 is dribbled down the third base line to Sewell. Throw to first. One away. Good play by Cameron Sewell. Another good play. He had the diving catch earlier.
He's been good over there tonight.
Now bringing Caden Shaw. Excited to see what CR football can do this season. Under head coach Jason White has had a lot of success. Christian Shaw swung on and missed 0-1. Redwoods moved up from the American division to the national division, the top division of California Community College football. 0-1 is fouled off to the right, 0-2, so they will be playing some tough opponents. Some different opponents than they have faced in the past. So it should be a fun season. All home games will be at the Redwood Bowl on the campus of Cal Poly Humboldt. 0-2 is popped up down the right field line, out of play. We'll do it again, 0-2. So August 30th and going all the way until the end of November, maybe December if the Corsairs make the postseason. Catch me and Mitchell, CR football. 0-2 called, strike 3, outside part of the plate, 2 away. I'll bring in Ben Skiles. Skiles is popped up. On the right field line, Caden Lee making his way over will fall out of play 0-1. And a bunt, and bunted at and missed 0-2. Brandon Coburn in the chat was asking if Redwoods go to Butte or Butte comes here. I don't remember. I do know that we play them. The 0-2 is high and outside. 1-2. Do play them. I don't remember if it's here or away. One, two. Off the plate outside. The Crabs are all walking off the field because Don Hofacker's called that a strike multiple times. Two, fouled off to the right. Do it again, 2-2. Might see Crabs umpire Stephen Young working the football games this fall. I remember seeing him down up at Siskiyou's. 2-2 is a fly ball out into shallow right field. It will be caught by the second baseman Parker Rogers, and that's going to do it here in the 6th. The honors go in order. They lead 4-3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Steph in ninth here in downtown Arcata. Crabs trail the Honors by a score of 4-3. Reed, Soros, and Rogers due up for the Crabs against Caleb Muhlstein. Pitch to Reed, and that hits him right on the back. He's going to head down to first. It's only 65-mile-per-hour pitch. I'm sure that didn't feel good, though. I'm bringing Kavana Soros.
Tristan. Give it up for Tristan. Now back on the Crabs. Number 10, Kavana Soros.
Tying runners at first with some speed. And Timmy Reed pitches in the dirt. And Reed was going to go for a second, but then heads back.
Changed his mind. Luckily, he got back in time. That was close.
Took a second for the catcher Wild to find the baseball. Reed looked like he was going to go, but then, like you said, changed his mind, decided to stop. 1-0 is high and outside, 2-0. Is popped up behind us and will make its way out of play. 2-1.
Foul ball sponsored by the fireplace on F Street.
2-1 is lashed into left field for a base hit. Stopping at second is going to be Reed, so the Crabs have something going. First and second, nobody out. Start the sixth.
And that's that girl, Bella. Let's give it up for Bella. And out at the plate.
Let's bring in Parker Rogers.
Parker Rogers.
And coach for Honors is headed out to the mound. There is somebody warming in the bullpen. Going back to Lincoln, it is still scoreless between the Potters and the Prune Packers in the top of the ninth inning. A serious pitcher's duel happening in Lincoln. Of course, Crabs fans would prefer, Benjamin,
Thank you.
that the Prune Packers win that game. If the Prune Packers win tonight, the Crabs would move a half game into second place. They are currently tied. Of course, as I've said before, the Crabs cannot fall behind the Potters tonight into third place. All right, Parker Rogers steps in. And shows bunt, takes a strike, 0-1, right on the corner. Gotta say, Don's been pretty good on those corner pitches. Giving a lot of room off the outside part of the plate.
He's always had a wide strike zone. That's just how he.
It's gone the corner pitches pretty well.
How he's always rolled.
The 0-1. Roger shows bunt again and takes a strike, and that patented Don Hofacker strike zone. It's 0-2. spin around, look to second. Reed back in standing. Man, Brandon Coburn saying Don's umpired for 5 decades.
Yeah.
Wow. 0-2 is high and outside, 1-2. That is a man who loves baseball. Of course, like I said earlier, he still does high school games.
I don't know anybody who knows more about baseball than Don.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's corrected us many a time on rules. We're very grateful for that because we don't know the rules very well sometimes. Pitches, ooh, was right on the corner according to TrackMan, but ruled the ball by Don, 2-2. But he has educated us many a time on obscure baseball rules that you don't always know. Baseball is a game that will always teach you sometimes. 2-2 is fouled off to the right and out of play. We'll do it again, 2-2. Seems like every season there is some weird play that happens that I didn't know was in the rule book. Tutu swung on it, missed strike 3. Rogers chased a pitch up high out of the zone. 1 away. Runners at first and second. That'll bring in Michael Perazzo. Coburn also saying Don Hofacker started umpiring when he was in the military in Europe. That's super cool. All right. Crabs trail by a run. They have runners at first and second. And it's a fly ball over the head of the third baseman into left field, and being held up at third is Reed. So that's going to load up the bases with 1 out. Slow looper into left field. But hit too shallow for Reed to score. Going to second is Soros. Bases loaded, 1 out. That'll bring in Jacob Pappas.
Attention fans, we have an announcement. Your bases are FOC, full of frustration. And now batting at the top of the order for the Crabs, number 35, Jacob Pappas.
All right, here we go. Crabs with a good chance to tie or take the lead here. Jacob Pappas stepping in.
Pappas has 2 hits tonight.
Pappas is up high 1-0. Might be people out there saying, oh, it's a non-league game, you know, who cares? But I think it'd be really good for the Crabs to have some positive momentum going into the weekend series against the Medford Rogues. That could be very, very crucial and have a lot of pressure on it. 1-0 is in the dirt, 2-0. 2-0, misses outside 3-0, and there is nowhere to put Jacob Pappas. Bases loaded, 1 out. Outside, ball 4. This game is tied. Pappas works the 4-pitch walk, and none of those pitches were really close. We are tied at 4. It's kind of becoming a typical Crabs game against these non-league teams where it might be down for a good portion of the game and they start to
You just wear them down after
the
a
pitching.
while.
Fans, if you have to leave, we hate to see it go, but on your way home, you can tune in with the game. ESPN Radio at 107.3 FM or 1330 AM.
So I'll bring in Nolan Hamilton, bases loaded, 1 out still.
To Nolan Hamilton.
Hamilton had a double in the first inning. Nolan Hamilton way up high, 1-0, and all of a sudden Muhlstein has been gotten very wild. In there for a called strike right on the corner. 1-1. One swung on it, missed. And it's 1-2. Is sprayed foul off to the right and out of play. Still 1-2. In addition to all the parents of the kids on the Bercovich Honors, the Castro Valley Little League is also here, sitting right down the third base line.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of young men in Little League get-ups.
1-2 is fouled right back to the screen. It tied Hamilton up. Do it again, 1-2. So a lot of people from the Castro Valley area in the ballpark tonight.
That's how interesting together.
Sure, they're enjoying the weather.
Maybe they consider a trade.
One, two, reaches out and checks it foul on the first base line. We'll do it again, 1-2. Pitcher steps off. One, two is grounded, fouled on the third base line. We'll do it again, 1-2, and what a battle being put up by Nolan Hamilton. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Two misses high and outside, 2-2. The ball almost popped out of the glove of the catcher wild. Kind of snow coned it, but was able to keep it in there. Steps off again. And now the catcher is going to go out to the mound, talk to his pitcher, Muhlstein. Well, there's still no change in that Healdsburg-Lincoln game. They are now in the bottom of the 9th inning, and they are scoreless. Healdsburg with 5 hits, Lincoln with only 2. Right. Bases loaded, 1 out, 2-2 to Nolan Hamilton. Pitch is grounded again, foul. We'll do it again, 2-2. 5 foul balls in this at bat. Great battle. Nolan Hamilton. Two is a low blooper that's going to get over the head of the shortstop and left field for a base hit. 1 run's going to score. Everyone's going to go station to station. Crabs take the lead, 5-4. Nolan Hamilton just muscled it over the head of Caden Shaw. Give the Crabs the lead, and what a fantastic at-bat. 10-pitch at-bat, resulting in an RBI single. Bases remain loaded with 1 out. It's going to bring in Cameron Sewell.
Number 11, Cameron.
Crabs now have a 5-4 lead. 2 runs in here in the bottom of the 6th. So far, a much better ball game than last night. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch to Sewell, low and outside, 1-0. Misses outside, and it's 2-0. Pitch, misses up high, 3-0, and there is nowhere to put Cameron Sewell. Bases loaded, 1 out. It's been bases loaded, 1 out for quite a long time. 3-0, and that almost hits Sewell. He's going to head to first. The Crabs bring in another run, and it's 6-4. Things are getting away from the Honors a little bit. And the Crabs are only up by 2, but you can just tell.
Yeah, you can feel it. Yeah.
The pitching is worn down. Now the coach is going out to the mound, and I believe he will be making a change. So far, he's just out to talk to his pitcher. I do see someone running in from the bullpen, so the Honors will be making a change. Crabs with 3 runs in here in the bottom of the 6th. They lead 6-4. Bases are loaded with 1 out. We're going to go back to the studio for a 60-second break while the Honors make the pitching change. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball on Humboldt CSBN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata.
Traveling the world to all the baseball
we have a new pitcher in the game for the Honors. Zach Lopez, number 17. Bases are loaded with 1 out for the Crabs. 3 runs in here in the bottom of the 6th. They lead 6-4. Adam Enyart, followed by Caden Lee.
I want to hear you make some noise. The bases are FOC.
Well, not so great news in Lincoln. The Potters have loaded up the bases with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. They've not walked it off yet, but it's not looking great. Enyart in there for a called strike, 0-1, and
Great pitch.
Enyart didn't like the call, but that was right on the corner.
Yeah, it was just a great pitch.
Good call from Don Hofacker. 0-1 is in the dirt, and catcher can't find it for a second, but jumps on it. It's 1-1. Regardless of his strike zone, it is really cool to see Don Hofacker back behind the plate tonight.
Just like old times.
Just like old times. 1-1 is a fly ball into center field. Center fielder coming in, making the catch, tagging up from third, and a close play at the plate. It gets past the catcher. Run comes in to score. And it's 7-4 on the sac fly by Adam Enyart.
Wow, that should have been an out at home. I mean, the throw was right on the money. The throw was perfect.
Pappas came in to score.
And the catcher, Wild, just couldn't get a grip on it. But, I mean, that throw from center field was right on the money.
Now batting for the Humboldt Crabs, number 24, Caden Lee.
Other than Caden Lee, you're right. That was a really good throw. So both runners move up. Hamilton to third, Sewell to second. So second and third, 2 outs. Shalee high and outside, 1-0. Well, looks like the Potters have hit a walk-off grand slam.
Wow.
No me gusta. The 1-0 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. So
wow.
No matter what happens,
a game that must have been. Oh.
Yeah. No matter what happens tonight, in this game, obviously, since it's a non-league game, the Crabs and the Potters will remain tied in second place going into tomorrow. Of course, Crabs hold the tiebreaker. 1-1 right down the middle for a called strike, 1-2. The Potters and the Prune Packers do play tomorrow. Crabs are off tomorrow, so there is a chance for the Crabs to enter Friday a half game in second place if the Prune Packers win tomorrow's game. 1-2, check swing. Pitch is high and outside, no appeal. It's 2-2. Well, pretty shocking that the Prune Packers got shut out.
Man, I would have liked to seen that ball game. That sounds like it was a great ball game.
2-2, high fly ball in the left center field. Left fielder ranging over, giving way to his center fielder, Cole Jones, to make the catch. And that's going to do it for the Crabs here in the 6th, but they get 4 runs. Crabs lead at 7-4 as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Stay tuned. The Professor Benjamin Schaefer will take you the rest of the way. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Downtown Arcata, top of the 7th inning. Crabs lead the Honors by a score of 7-4. Will be Jones, Lee, and Wild due up for the Honors. And now to take you the rest of the way, here is the Professor, Benjamin Schaefer.
Thank you, Liam. Four runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Bercovich Honors. 7 runs, 12 hits, no errors for the Crabs. Here's Jones. He's 0 for 3. And the pitch from Zazueta is a fastball away. 1-0. The 1-0. Hit high in the air. Foul territory, first base side, and it's going to drift right out of play. So 1-1 now, the count to Jones. The 1-1. This is high with a fastball. 2-1. Two eyes, high in the air, left center field. Reed on the run, still on the run, and instead it's going to be Hamilton near the warning track for out number 1. Here's Lee, doubled in 3 trips. And he takes a strike at the knees, 0-1.
So, because like every
0-1 misses high.
games, what Eric Jacoby told me is that the standings are based on the loss column. It's just like we both have 8 losses. Like we can't lose a league game tonight, so we can't fall behind them.
1-1 misses low.
Tied for 2nd place, and that's it.
2-1.
If it changed tomorrow, it's not.
Right-hander warming in the pen for Bercovich.
But tomorrow, like the only thing that could happen is the Crabs move ahead. They can't fall behind.
Sorry, excuse me, the count is 1-2. Here's the pitch. And that's swung on and missed a huge cut from Lee there on a pitch down and away. 2-2 now the count. Two-two pitch. Popped in the air, shallow right field. Rogers going out, but it'll be Pappas making the catch for out number 2. And that brings Wild to the bat. He's 1 for 2 with a double. And the pitch to Wild. Fastball low and inside. The 1-0. Swung on and missed. 1-1. One pitch. Sails outside and high. 2-1. Breaking pitch is high. Three one. Strike at the knees. 3-2 now, the count to Wild. Okasil on deck. And 3-2 pitch. Check swing, and that's called. Strike 3 at the knees on the inside corner. Happy trails. And that ends the inning as Bercovich Honors go 1-2-3 in the top of the 7th. Time for the 7th inning stretch here at the Arcata Ballpark with the world famous Crabgrass Band.
For the 7th inning stretch, as we join them for taking out to the ball game.
All right, there it was, the world famous Crabgrass Band taking out to the ball game. Bottom of the 8th inning. Sorry, excuse me, bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be Reed, Soros, and Rogers with the Crabs leading 7-4.
Crabgrass Band earlier in the game did a great rendition of Crazy Train, of course, the news yesterday.
The first song they played tonight.
Ozzy Osbourne passing away.
Fans, we got a shout out. This is to Michael Damian from Dad. Happy birthday. Happy to have you home. Macho Camacho. Glad we got to be with you for the first crab game of the season. Go Crabbies.
So Timmy Reed tonight is been on base 3 times again. Single, walk, hit by a pitch. Seems like every game he's on base 2-3 times. Here's the pitch. And a big swing and a miss, 0-1. He has still only the 1 home run, right? He hit that 1 opposite field home run, I remember, in late June, I guess it was. Or maybe he has 2 now, I don't know, but the 0-1. Strike on the inside corner, 1-1.
Yeah, he has 2.
2.
He hit an opposite field home run onto the freeway.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about, yeah.
And then he hit one in Lincoln.
Oh, he hit one in Lincoln, okay.
Yeah.
The 0-2. And the pitch. Outside, 1-2. Is this still, let's see, who is this pitcher?
Zach Lopez.
This is still Zach Lopez, okay. And there's a big swing and a miss, and that's all for Timmy Reed, 1 away. Here's Kavanasaurus. 1 for 3 with a run scored.
Number 10, Kavanasaurus.
And the pitch. Big swing and a miss. 84-mile-an-hour fastball at the shoulders. 0-1. Pitch misses high and away. 1-1. Everybody in the Crabs lineup except one hitter has a hit tonight. That's Caden Lee. The 1-1. Another big swing and a miss, 1-2. 1-2 called. Strike 3 at the knees. Perfect pitch. 2 away.
Kavanasaurus isn't happy, but that was a perfect
That was a strike.
pitch.
Yep.
Right there on the corner.
Yep.
Now at the plate for the Humboldt Crabs, number 4, Parker Rogers.
So here's Parker Rogers. Rogers is 1 for 3. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Lopez. And the next pitch is fastball away. The 1-0. It's high, 2-0. Lopez came in the end of the 6th to end the 6th inning with 2 fly ball outs. And now he struck out the first 2 hitters. First two hitters that he's seen here in the bottom of the 7th. 2-0 now, though, to Rogers. And the pitch. Outside, 3-0. Right down the middle. The 3-1. Swung on and missed, and now the count goes full. Crabs batters are having trouble keeping up with Lopez's fastball, but he's only throwing in the mid-80s. But so far. And there's called strike 3, and Rogers knew it. He had the bat tossed before the ball even crossed the plate. And so that'll end the inning as the Crabs are struck out in the 7th, and they lead it 7-4. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark. Bocasil, Modelmog, and Johnson to bat for the, what are they called? The Bercovich Honors. I keep wanting to call them the Express.
50-50 winner. Don't walk. You better run.
Bocasil has a home run in 3 trips.
Yeah, he crushed that ball out
Sure
to right
did.
field.
Yeah. And here's a pitch from Zazueta. It's a strike at the knees.
That went
1-1.
350 feet.
Yeah, it sounded, I guess it was blocked from going further because it certainly would have gone further.
Yeah.
Here's the pitch, and that's a slider outside, 1-1. That was a loud home run.
Very loud.
The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Sorry, 1-2 now is the count. 1-1 was the count.
We've seen more home runs for the Crabs this season, but we've also seen more home runs from opponents here at the Arcata Ballpark this season.
I think we've just seen more home runs in general. The 1-2 is lined into right field. That is gonna kick out of the glove as Pappas tried to make a diving catch and couldn't quite make the play. So that's a hit for Bocasil, his 2nd of the night. I think, you know, sometimes it depends on what kind of balls we're using.
Well,
And,
I believe we used the same kind of balls last
Really?
season, and there
Okay.
weren't as many home runs. So,
I remember one year we used this ball, and the ball just flew out of here.
well, I remember a few years ago we used a different ball that was apparently super dead, and the
Yeah.
Crabs, as a
Nobody
team,
hit a
only
home
hit
run,
like 11 home runs
Yeah,
the
right,
entire
yeah.
season.
I remember that, yeah. Middle Mog is 1 for 3, and he takes a strike at the knees. 0-1. Pitches look lower from our angle. That actually wasn't at the knees. That was at the belt, but from up here, it looks like it's low. Throw over to first, and the runner's back.
Well, TrackMan's really shown us how perspective from the booth really changes everything as far as how you view the strike zone.
The 0-1, breaking pitch is high. A ball and a strike to count. Runner goes. The 1-1 is popped out of play.
That foul ball is sponsored by Eureka Motors.
Sweet sense of the ballpark. 1-2 the count.
Sweet sense of Humboldt County.
Here in the booth. Wafting into the booth. 1-2. Here's the pitch in the dirt. Two and two is the count. And the pitch. Down low, and the count goes full. Bercovich with a short lead over at first after that attempt to steal. Zazueta sets, looks over there, and deals. In the dirt and all the way to the backstop. So that'll put runners on first and second with nobody out in the top of the 8th inning. For Johnston, he's 1 for 3.
We have a pinch hitter.
33. Merchant, Alex Merchant.
Alex Merchant.
Pinch hitter number 33, Alex Merchant.
Played last night.
Tying run at the plate. Here's the pitch. And he takes a fastball right in there for a strike. 0-1. Turkington.
Nate Turkington on deck also played last night.
The 0-1. Swung on a miss, waved at a pitch away. Good pitch. 0-2.
The Bercovich coaching staff has pretty much used their entire team in this series.
Yeah, let these kids play.
Rotated in a lot of pinch hitters last night.
Yeah, let them play. That's why they're here.
That's right.
The 0-2. Fouled just over the Bercovich dugout. So 0-2 the count to Merchant with Bercovich out at second and Model Mog at first. Zazueta sets and comes home with a fastball high. The 1-2. Fouled out of play.
That foul ball sponsored by U.S. Bank. Someone on the deck.
Door's locked, so whatever. They haven't bothered it that way.
The 1-2 is a grounder out to second base. He kicks it, he tosses a second for the force, and that's all they're going to get. Good job by Rogers to stay with it. The ball bounced off his chest, and he just shuffled from his glove to Peraza covering. So Modelmog forced out 4-6 on the play. Bocasil goes to third, and Merchant is aboard on the fielder's choice. So with one away, here's Turkington. And the pitch. Fastball right down the middle for a called strike. The 0-1, throw to first. Runner goes, the pitch is high, the throw down the second, not in time. So a stolen base for Merchant, and now two runners in scoring position with one out, and the count 1-1 to Turkington. The 1-1. Fastball right down the middle, 1-2. One-two pitch. Called. Strike three on the outside corner. Great pitch. Right there. Two away. So here's Shaw. 0 for 2 tonight. Bocasil at third. Merchant at second. Two outs. The pitch. Fouled out of play. Yeah, that cool orange bat.
That is a cool orange bat.
Bats are way cooler now than when I was a kid and buying bats. They were all just brown bats. They were bats. They were wood or aluminum. The 0-1. Grounded out to short. Tough play, and he kicks it. That's going to score a run. I think he would have beat it out anyway. Let's call it a hit. Peraza just couldn't get a grip on it. Mason Hanshaw. We have another pinch hitter here. Mason Hanshaw, number 10.
Pinch hitting for the Honors, number 10, Mason Henshaw.
So Bocasil in to score. Merchant to third, and runners on the corners now with two outs, and a fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner to Hanshaw.
You're talking about the bats. I remember Mike Kruko would always talk about how the shoes have changed.
Oh, right, I'm sure.
How back in the day, everybody had to wear, I think, shoes that corresponded to the uniform colors, and now players can wear
whatever shoes
whatever
they want.
color shoes they want. Mike Kruko's always commenting about how cool the shoes are.
That ball gets away, and that's going to score a run. That's going to be a pass ball on Soares. And now it's 7-6 in favor of the Crabs, and the tying run's out at second base. A ball and a strike to count to Hanshaw. And the pitch. Big swing and a miss at a good fastball.
Well, Benjamin, you certainly picked the game to miss and the game to show up to.
Sounds like it.
It's been a great game tonight.
The 1-2. Popped high in the air left side. Perazo camped under it. A long way. Oh, and he drops the ball. And we have a tie ball game. Oh, boy. That's an error on Perazo. Oh, boy. That's a shame. That's no good at all. That just tied the ball game.
I don't know, Benjamin. I mean, when Perazo was camped under that baseball, I just had a bad feeling.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I have really no specific reason to have a bad feeling. I just did.
Well, that's probably what caused it.
Yeah.
So 2 unearned runs now, 3 runs total in the inning, and we're tied at 7. And now, is that Robin out to the mound? Yeah, that's Robin.
Eric Giacone.
That's Eric, okay. So back to the top of the order. Here's Jones. He's 0 for 4.
That was ruled a hit by our official scorer. That was ruled a hit by our official scorer. Be careful.
And there's a fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. The 0-1 in the dirt. Ball and a strike to count. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Good fastball from Zazueta right down the middle. Jones unable to catch up with it. The 1-2 way high and outside, and the count goes even. And now Jones steps out.
Yay, I'm going to get home at 12:30 again.
The 2-2 in the dirt, and the count goes full, and the runner's going to take off for third and make it. So another pass ball. Now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. Three-two. Hit high in the air, foul territory, third base side. And no one's going to get it as it drops into the bullpen.
Look, I know this is a non-league game, but if you're Robin Guyver, I mean, you know, you have a crucial series coming up this weekend. You do not want to see your guys playing, you know, this kind of baseball and making mistakes.
No, this has been an unfortunate inning. Crabs had a 7-3 lead and just pretty much gave it away here in this inning. A hit, a walk, 3 hits, a walk, an error. A couple pass balls. He's got it all. 3-2. And he walks him. Don wanted to call that a strike.
That was an umpire's balk.
But he didn't do it.
I saw him flinch.
Yeah. So here's Lee, 1 for 4 with a double. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. And a big swing and a miss, 0-1.
Jack, what are you doing,
The 0-1 misses low.
I had something to say. Oh, the scoreboard did it all by itself. Oh.
Runners going. The 1-1 is fouled up against the screen. So 1-2 now to Lee.
Joke's on you. I was going to suspend you for 10 runs after 2 weeks. So I'm putting him on 2 weeks for 10 months. Yeah. 10 months.
So 1-2 strikes to count now to Lee. Runners on the corners. And here's the pitch. Grounder out to third. Sewell has it, and that ends the inning. But Bercovich comes up with 4 runs on 2 hits. There was an error and 2 left. And at the end of 7.5, we are tied at 7. This is exciting. Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. All right, back at the ballpark, bottom of the 8th inning. Tied at 7. 7 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Bercovich. 7 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Crabs. It'll be Peraza, Pappas, and Hamilton against a new Zach Lopez, who is out for his 3rd inning of work. Peraza is 2 for 3 tonight. And the first pitch is a fastball outside. The 1-0. Right down the middle for a called strike. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Good pitch. The 1-2 is high. That evens the count. 2-2. And he reaches out and taps it high. It's going to high fly ball in the shallow left field. His shortstop going out, making the catch. That's Caden Shaw for the first out of the bottom of the 8th. Back to the top of the order. Here's Pappas. He is 2 for 3 with a walk. And 3 runs scored in the game.
And now at the plate for the Humboldt Crabs at the top of their order, number 35, Jacob Papa.
And he takes a fastball high. 1-0. Big swing and a miss, 1-1. High and inside, 2-1. Lopez works quickly. 2-1. Fouled up against the screen, and the count goes even. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count. Lopez sets and deals high, and the count goes full. Three-two. Swung on and missed, 2 away. Here's Hamilton. 2 for 3 with a double.
Number 2, Nolan Hamilton.
And the pitch. Swung on and missed, 0-1. The 0-1 misses outside. 1-1. One is high. 2-1 to Hamilton. Sewell on deck. Here comes the 2-1. Popped in the air. Foul territory, third base side. Tanner Lee rushing over near the Crabs dugout, and
Foul ball.
it's a foul ball. Crabs were not rushing to get out of the way to make that an easy catch. Two and two is the count. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Inning over. Crabs go in order in the bottom of the 8th. Top of the 9th coming up. This is exciting Crabs baseball. 107.3 FM. Okay, new pitcher on the mound for the Crabs is number 38, Cedar Klein. In for David Zazueta, third pitcher of the night for the Crabs. He will face Wild, Bocasil, and Middle Modelmog here in the top of the 9th inning with the score tied at 7.
Cedar Klein out of Arcata High School is actually teammates with Finn Warner, who's doing the track man here in the booth on that 2023 Arcata High baseball team that won the North Coast Section Championship right here at the Arcata Ballpark. This is his third appearance. 3 innings pitched. In those 3 innings has only given up 1 run, which was not earned, so no earned runs given up. He has not walked anybody, struck out 4, and currently goes to Santa Barbara City College.
I used to live right next door to Santa Barbara City College.
That is pretty.
It was nice, right by the harbor.
Number 38, Cedar Klein.
Cedar Klein's dad sits right below us every game. There's a lot of family in the stands.
So here's Wild to lead it off. He has a double in 3 trips. And the first pitch from Klein is fouled out of play. Oh, and 1. Oh, 1. Breaking pitch right in there for a called strike. 0 and 2. Go 2. Grounded foul, wide of third. Count remains 0 and 2. Go 2. Oh, breaking pitch. Ooh, just missed high. 1 and 2. One, 2. Popped short. Prazo has it, 1 away. Here's Bocasil. He's 2 for 4 with a home run. And the pitch outside.
Number 2 on deck.
And that pitch is fouled out of play. One and 1 to Bocasil. One, misses outside. Two balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Fastball down and away, 2 and 2. Klein sets. And deals. Called, strike 3, happy trails. 2 away.
What a boy, Cedar, what a pitch.
Yep, right there at the knees on the inside corner. So here's a pinch hitter.
Bercovich honors pinch hitting. Number 2, Diego.
This is Diego Mares.
Are we not going to talk about that like patch of grass right there? Like, what's going on?
Whoa, that pitch almost hit him in the head. He dived out of the way.
Just a bunch of sand.
The 1-0. Here's the pitch. Outside, 2-0. The 2-0 is high, and the count 3-0 now. Right down the middle, 3-1. Swung on and missed, and the count goes full. Three and 2 to count. Klein sets, rocks, kicks. Called. Strike 3, happy trails. Inning over. Bercovich goes in order in the top of the 9th. We're still tied at 7. Stay tuned. Chance for the Crabs to win, and here in the bottom of the 9th, this is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM. We're back. Bottom of the 9th inning. Sewell, Enyart, and Lee to bat for the Crabs. Against Zach Lopez, who has been good. He came in the 6th inning, got the last 2 outs of the 6th, struck out the side in the 7th, and struck out 2 out of 3 in the 8th. So the Crabs have their work cut out for them here in the bottom of the 9th. Here's Sewell. He has a double in 3 trips. We are tied at 7. 7 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Bercovich. 7 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Crabs. Here's the pitch. Fastball away, 1-0. Right-hander warming in the pen for Bercovich.
Oh, it feels like it's been a while since we've seen a walk-off. Be nice to see one tonight.
The 1-0 is a strike at the knees. Outside corner, 1-1. The 1-1. And this is outside, 2-1. 2-1 the count. Popped in the air, center field. Playable. 1 away. Here's Enyart. He's 2 for 3 tonight.
And now let's make some noise for number 16, Adam Enyart.
Here's the pitch. Enyart takes a strike on the outside corner, right on the black. Good pitch. 0-1. The 0-1 waved at and missed. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, way high. 1-2. The 1-2. In the air down the right field line. Going, and off the face of the wall. Enyart's headed for second. He's going to go for 3 as the ball kicks around out there. No, he's going to stay at second. And that's a double for Enyart off the base of the right field wall. Now the Crabs have the winning run in scoring position with only 1 out. Here's Caden Lee. He's 0 for 4. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses high. One and 0 to Lee. And now here comes the manager out to the mound. And is he going to make a change? I have not seen him. He's not made the motion to the bullpen.
The middle of that bat would be interesting.
And
or maybe he saw something.
I don't know. It looks like he's out just to have a chat.
Well, while we wait, take you through some scores from around Major League Baseball. The Giants played a morning game this morning on the West Coast, 12:15 start in Atlanta, getaway day. They won 9-3. Rafael Devers had 2 home runs.
Well, if he can get hot.
And your A's lost 2-1 to the Texas Rangers.
1-0 to Lee. And he takes a fastball high.
Rafael Devers had a pretty ridiculous-looking home run this morning where it was
really
no lower body, and he kind of just flicked his wrist out at the ball and hit it out to right field into the seats.
Wow. 2-0. And now Lopez steps off. 2-0 to count to Lee. And the pitch. 3-0. First base is open. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world from the Bercovich perspective to walk Lee. Well, then you got to face Timmy Reed, though. The 3-0 is a strike on the outside corner, knee high. 3-1. Three-one is grounded over to third. That's not going to advance the runner as he looks the runner back to second. 2 away.
By the way, if the Crabs fail to score and we do go into extra innings, most likely the automatic runner on second rule will be in effect.
Well, it has been all season. So it'll be up to Timmy Reed. He's 1 for 2 tonight.
Timmy Reed's family is here.
Enyard out at second. Here's the pitch. And he takes a strike on the outside corner.
Oh. That's a pretty tough call.
The 0-1. Next pitch misses outside, 1-1.
Benjamin's yelled at Don enough the past, 20 years.
1-1 the count. And that pitch high and outside, 2-1 now to Reed. Is high, 3-1. Kavanasaurus on deck. Three and one. And he walks in. So first and second now with 2 outs. Kavanasaurus will come to hit. Reed's run is irrelevant. And they're going to go to the pen. So we're going to have a break in the action. Let's go back to the studio and thanks a few of our sponsors. This is Exciting Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark. New pitcher on the mound is number 55, Seth Vasquez. Tall, powerful looking right-handed pitcher. He's got runners on first and second. Enyart's at second, Reed's at first with 2 outs, and Kavanasaurus to the bat. And of course, Enyart represents the winning run. Seven runs, 9 hits, no errors for Bercovich Honors. 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for the Crabs. And this has taken a long time, this pitching change. We went to the studio so we could have time to warm up, and he's still warming up.
This tends to happen. All right.
And sure he's ready by now. Nope, he's going to need another one. All right.
Let's go through some more Major League scores. Giants won 9-3. A's lost 2-1. Let's see. The Rockies, they won a baseball game today. They beat the St. Louis Cardinals by a score of 6-0.
Wow. Okay, here we go. Here's Soros. Enyart out at second. Reed at first. Enyart is the only one that matters. And the pitch in there for a strike at the knees, 0-1. Vasquez looks out at second and deals. Fastball in there for a strike on the outside corner. And he's quickly ahead of Soros, 0-2. And the pitch to Soros, fouled out of play. Another good fastball right on the black. And the count remains 0-2. From the set, the 0-2. Again fouled right off the screen near the Bercovich dugout. Another good fastball right at the top of the strike zone.
Robin's out to talk to Don Hofacker about something. And now Don's calling in the other two umpires, so I'm not...
Is he asking for a balk call or something?
Maybe catcher's interference? I'm not really sure.
I don't know, but they're all huddled over there.
I looked up and all of a sudden Robin was walking out to home plate. I'm really not sure what the issue is.
Oh, they're going to give him first base, yeah. I guess it's catcher's interference.
All right.
Gotta be. So that loads the bases for the Crabs for Parker Rogers.
So that is
and
also
now the Bercovich manager is not very happy.
That's an error charged to the catcher.
That's correct. Yeah, now we're going to have an argument.
Yeah, the Bercovich manager is pretty unhappy. I mean, if there was catcher's interference, it was not obvious to us.
Well, Robin saw it, and somebody else, one of the other umpires saw it because they made the call, so somebody.
No, yeah, he is he's getting in Zach Norton's face right now, and he's going to get tossed pretty soon.
Are we going to give this guy 20 minutes or what?
Is it going to be like Saturday night where the umpires let the opposing manager just argue for 15 minutes?
Yeah,
or
we'll see.
Are they actually going to throw him out?
Clock's a ticking, boys.
I do want to go home someday.
Now he's...
Right now he's talking to Lucas Ivanovich, the first base umpire, and Zach Norton, the third base umpire. Don Hofacker is standing behind him.
Oh, now he's going to
now
go
he's turned his
chase
attention
down
to Don. Oh, here we go. Don comes out of retirement, and a manager gets right in his face.
He's losing it. Don's getting close.
Oh, man. Don is being real patient with him right now.
Nope.
Wow.
Don let him go, and he walked away.
I am shocked that the Bercovich manager was not ejected.
I don't think it's a matter of how angry you get. It's a matter of what you say.
Yeah, I mean,
so as long as you keep it, as long as you keep it civil, you can be angry. But
yeah, that is true.
Number 4, Parker Rogers.
Just funny to me. Don comes out of retirement after 6 years and immediately gets a manager in his face at the end of the game.
So here's Parker Rogers with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch, and he taps it foul 0-1.
Ooh.
The winning run 90 feet away, but there are 2 outs.
I think that got a piece of Don.
And catcher goes out to give Don a second to recover.
Man.
Not getting me back there. Oh, and 1 the count. The pitch. Lined right back to the pitcher. Inning over. For the Crabs, no runs, a hit, no errors. 3 left at the end of 9. We're tied at 7. We're headed into extra innings. Liam will be along to bring you the 10th. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 107.3 FM.
Welcome back to Downtown Arcata. We are in extra innings, top of the 10th. We are tied at 7. Now, if they are using the automatic runner at second rule, which I assume they are, no one's standing at second yet, it would be Diego Maris standing at second base, and he will be making his way out there. So we will be using the extra innings runner. Diego Maris will be standing at second base to start the 10th. And Alex Merchant will be leading it off. Very important for the Crabs that they keep that automatic runner from scoring. Gives them a big advantage in the bottom of the 10th inning. Merchant shows bunt, takes it up high, 1-0. Cedar Klein remains out on the mound. Had a great inning in the 9th. Former Arcata High School Tiger. One-0 showing bunt again, takes it up high, 2-0. 2-0, showing bunt, taken up high, 3-0. Again shows bunt and takes a strike, 3-1. Another late night for the Crabs. Good thing there's an off day tomorrow. Showing bunt again and a called strike. Oh, well off the plate outside, but Don Hofacker calls that a strike. Count goes full 3-2. I do feel bad for Don. He comes out of retirement for one game and it ends up going to extra innings. He gets an umpire yelling in his face. It's like he never left. 3-2, a slow ground ball to Sewell, the third baseman, looks the runner back to second, throws to first, one away. That's a big out. So that automatic runner remains at second now, one away. That's going to bring in Nate Turkington. The game ended around 10:30 last night. It's looking like it's going to end around the same time tonight, maybe later. Pitches up high, 1-0. No pitches popped up and out of play off to the left. Oh, 1-1. Another outside pitch called a strike. 1-2. Wendu swung on a missed strike three. Huge strikeout for Cedar Klein. 2 away. It's one more out to send the Crabs to the bottom of the 10th, all tied up. I'll bring in Caden Shaw. To Shaw, right down the middle for a called strike, 0-1. A 1 called strike. Runner goes for third. The play at third, and he's out. Inning over. What a great play from Cavanasaurus. Throw down to third to nail Diego Maris, the automatic runner. And that's going to do it here in the top of the 10th. We will head to the bottom of the 10th inning. The Crabs with a chance to walk it off with the automatic runner at second base. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to F and 9th here in downtown Arcata. We are in the bottom of the 10th inning. Parker Rogers will be standing at second base to start off the inning. He is the automatic extra innings runner, and he represents the potential game-winning run for the Crabs. It will be Peraza, Pappas, and Hamilton due up. Big chance to get some crucial momentum heading into a crucial weekend series with the Medford Rogues. Of course, off day tomorrow.
Now, fans, as we head into the bottom of the 10th, you know what to do. Make some noise for number 13, Michael Peraza.
Right, here we go.
Peraza's a great bunter.
And he indeed shows bunt and bunts it right down the third base line. It stays fair. No, it rolls foul. I thought it was going to stay fair. It stayed fair for a really long time, and then it just made a left turn.
Yeah, that was a good job by Caden Wild to watch it, make sure.
Wow.
Because he was patient, knowing he wasn't going to get him anyway.
That was almost the best bunt I've seen this season.
Yeah.
If he would have gotten that to stay fair. Showing bunt again, the 0-1. The dirt 1-1. And now the catcher going out to talk to his pitcher, Seth Vasquez. Again this weekend, a huge series against the Medford Rogues. Friday, Saturday, Sunday could very well determine if the Crabs make the Pacific Empire League Championship Series or if they're going to be playing the Athletic Edge Express. Friday at 7, Saturday 6:30, Sunday 12:30. Off day tomorrow. Peraza showing bunt. And bunts it foul at the plate. 1-2.
Well, that's it for the bunt.
It will be Benjamin and Mitchell either Friday or Sunday. It'll be me and Benjamin for the other game that Mitchell doesn't do Friday or Sunday. And then it'll be Benjamin and Jake Martin on Saturday. 1-2, lone outside 2-2. Of course, Jake Martin was our longtime PA announcer here at the Arcata Ballpark and then since defected to the Medford Rogues. Working for them over the summer. He'll be making the trip down here at Arcata for this weekend series. 2-2, lone outside, cut goes full 3-2. Rogers is going to take off, almost throws it into left field. And Rogers makes it over to third. Stolen base. The third baseman almost fooled Parker Rogers into thinking that the ball had gone down the left field line.
That was a clever attempt there.
And Rogers almost was tagged out, but got back to third just in time. The winning run at third with nobody out. 3-2 count, Michael Peraza.
Infield drawn in.
The pitch is a ground ball to the second baseman. He gloves it, looks the runner back, throws to first, one away. Let's go bring in Jacob Pappas.
All right, Crabs fans, here at the top of the order, which means you can make some noise for number 35, Jacob Pappas.
Pitch to Pappas, in there for a called strike, right on the corner, 0-1. The 0-1 misses outside, and it's 1-1. One pitch, it gets away from the catcher, pops up, Parker Rogers is coming home, Crabs win!
Crabs win! 8-7!
Crabs win on a walk-off wild pitch.
That was some wild pitch. That bounced all the way up to the top of the backstop. And oh, I feel bad for Vasquez. He's just standing at home plate.
Yeah,
and,
that's tough.
That's a drag for him.
I mean, yeah,
that's
like you said, it just hit home plate, bounced straight up. And at that point, Parker Rogers was taken off.
Bad luck on his part. And but the Crabs pull off a win and end up sweeping the series. Now, a great ball game, Liam.
Great ball game. Yeah, very exciting. Maybe more exciting than the Crabs would have wanted it to be, but it's a good momentum heading into a huge, huge series this weekend.
All right, that's right. Well, fans, until Friday night, have a great day tomorrow. You're going to want to be here this weekend. It's going to be a huge series, as Liam said. Till then, Benjamin Schaefer, Liam Warner, thanks for listening. This is Crabs Baseball 107.3 FM.